All right, so they continue to load up the rope to get started. Beautiful race day out here. Air's kind of cooled off a little bit, talking with some of the drivers. And I think these engines are going to like this nice, brisk, kind of chilly air this morning. Water conditions look perfect. Here at the Spring Fling at Lake Ming, the home of the National Jet Boat Association. All right, looks like they got the rope loaded up. And the first pair will fire up. It'll be a light check pass, so there won't be any data. It'll be a light check pass. Make sure everything's operating smoothly as we get ready to go to Elimination Sunday. So once again, that first pair, just a timing light check. Super Eliminator, warm them up. Unlimited Outlaw, warm them up. Super Eliminator, warm up. Unlimited Outlaw, warm up. All right, it'll be a light check. This will not be an elimination round. It'll be a light check. Welcome, race fans, once again to our second race of the 2026 NJBA season, the Spring Fling at Lake Ming. And as always, we'll get it started with Brent, our chaplain. Brent, take it away.
Thank you, Chappie. You all bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for what's turning out to be just a beautiful day out here at Lake Ming for an NJBA race. And Lord, as we go into Eliminations Day, we just pray safety for everybody, for drivers, crew, spectators, and also our safety crew that's out there doing a really rough job for us and or a great job for us. And Lord, we also pray that you be with the first responders everywhere, including our military and everybody who is out there doing really rough jobs and putting their lives on the line. We just pray you wrap your arms around them, be with them. Lord, just be in this place today, and we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Brent. And now we'd like to welcome our very own Barbara Hurd Miller with the singing of our national anthem.
Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And we'll fire them up. Here we go. Left lane, cannonballs, Bob Close. Vameko, 540 Donovan. Super Eliminator, up to the lanes, please. Unlimited Outlaw, up to the lanes. Super Eliminator, up to the lanes. Unlimited Outlaw, to the lanes. So I guess we have an issue down there at the starting barge at scoring. They're going to go down there and take a look. Dave working hard as always on the PWC. All right, they'll try cannonballs, and Bob Close, left lane again, and shuts her down. Super Eliminator and Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes. Super Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes. All right, as soon as we get an update, we'll pass it along to you guys. We have boats on the rope, and they're working on a issue at the scoring right there at the starting line. Ken Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction, Ray's Truck and Equipment, Mankins V Drives. All right, it was worth waiting for. Nice pass, settled it down nicely and lays down a 6:23 elapsed time on a 6:15. 132.6 was the mile per hour. Bob Close and Cannonballs. Bob had a 09 reaction time. 6:23 on a 6:15 was the dial in. 132.62 the mile per hour. And it'll be Heart Attack Sean Forrest in the right. Hollister, California, 565 Canyon, Joey Gross. Forest Transportation, Gross Racing, Kale Engineering, Rambunctious, David Poffenbarger in the left. Pleasanton, California, the Chevy Canyon 540. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross with Gross Racing, Joe Shelfo with Shelfo Racing. Wind light left lane for Poffenbarger. On the red light by Heart Attack, Sean Forrest by .02. Poffenbarger 1.9 on the tree, goes 587 on a 598. They both broke out as well. 139 the speed for Rambunctious. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest, 592 on a 595. So red lights by .02 and breaks out by .02. 135 the speed for Heart Attack. It'll be Child Abuse and JoJo Masick in the right. Canyon 555 Big Block Chevy. Snavely Performance for getting the engine out. Nick Rose Insurance, Got Flat, Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel, Williams Precision Machine, East Valley Performance, PW Racing and Fab and Naughty Shine, Angry Black, Paul Bauer, Discovery Bay, the 2000 RGR Chevy, Flat, Mom, Corporate Construction, and Mad Dog Racing, Gross Racing. .05 reaction time for JoJo. Wind light 661 on a 650. She goes 113.23 in the winning effort. Angry Black, Paul Bauer goes 634 on a 620. 122.6. So the number 19 qualifier just takes out the number 6. You got Little Blue and Craig Lucas in the right, Danville, California. Colt TR1, 540 BBC. Field of Construction and Roofing, Makins V Drives. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler. Santa Ynez, California, the Chevy 540 Cole. Mark Endler at Snap-on Tools. Magnum Greg's TV and VCR repair. Shotgun Doug's Transmission. Pulley's Excavating. Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing. And special thanks to Joe Shelfo. Trouble in the right for Little Blue. Bad Medicine, 648 on a 647. 118. And Craig will get it down to the other end. Little Blue, tough break there. That's a consistent runner. So scoring showing the win light for Little Blue. Craig Lucas on a red light, 0.05 for Jordan Endler. And that didn't show up, obviously, till he went through the lights. All right, Scarlata setting me straight. He took too long. He had 5 seconds, so what I see on my screen was wrong. It was Bad Medicine. It'll be Snakebite and Jay Brakefield, Wilmington, California, the Cole 565 Chevy. Special thanks to family, Robert Simons Racing, Brad Simons at RRD, PW Racing and Fab, Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo and Ayers Pistons, Uncle Jess Cantina, the Lunch Bunch of Oildale, Heebie-Jeebie, Michael Jewell in the left, Orange, California, the 500 Chevy Cole. Special thanks to Robert Simmons and crew. '07 light for Brakefield in the right, gets the win light, 649 on a 638 dial, 119 miles per hour. Heebie-Jeebie Michael Jewell in the left goes 661 on a 620, 123.5. It'll be the 238 in the left, Kryptonite, Sean Thurston out of Gardnerville, Nevada. 454 Chevy, K1 by Kryptonite. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing Engines. Right lane, Breaking Bad, and Mike Torgerson, Paso Robles, 565 Cannon Chevy. Single Jack Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine. Digital Propeller Technologies, Rollins Performance Motorsports, and Mitch Toves Welding. Torgy leaving early by .015 on the red light. He goes 595 on a 575, 128 in the losing effort. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston, .23 on the light, gets a 637 on a 632, 116 miles an hour in the win. So the number 4 qualifier moves on, Pro Comp Flat. Flat Bad, Ron Gray Jr. in the right. Sanger Flat Bottom, 468 BBC. Napa Gateway Trailers, Lemon Trailers, Sunoco, Les Schwab Tires, Pab Coatings, Baker Props, Rocky Mountain Carts, Speedcoat 49. Cold-blooded Kelly Black, 520. Cole, HUR Racing, Kelly's Custom Tile, NorCal Properties, Shave Ice in Paradise. Big red light for cold-blooded Kelly Black, .23 on the red light. Flat Bad over there on the right, Flat Bad 2, Ron Gray Jr., 733 on a 647, 106. Black CT was a 662 on a 645 and 115 in the loss. The number 23 qualifier just took out the number 2. White moves over in the right. Tom Lego Marcino, Ventura, California. Tony Rossi, Flat Nasty in the left. Petaluma, California, the 482 Chevy Candy Marine. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products. HUR Performance, thanks to the crew. Mom and Dad and Cassidy. White moves in the right, Flat Nasty the left, Pro Comp Flat round 1. Eliminations. Red light for white moves, .34, way early. Wasted a 653 on a 644 dial at 113. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi gets the win. A 613 on a 597, 123 miles per hour. Next pair up on the rope over there in the right lane will be Wake Up Call. Mike Rickabosh. Sparks, Nevada driver. In the 509 Chevy Howard, Flight Risk, Jesse Gregerson, the left lane. Pro-Com Flats, Brentwood, California, BBC 565, Canyon Chevy. Ron and Joey Gross Racing Engines, C&J Carburetors, Crane and Hoist Services, and the Bandies for helping out on the racing operation. Left lane win light for Flight Risk, and Jesse Gregerson goes 630 on a 623 dial. 131.5 right lane wake up call. Mike Rickabosh goes 609 on a 598. 134.3, 0.30 reaction time for wake up call. Needed one. 0.21 for Jesse Gregerson in the left. High wire, Sean Rogers in the right, Northridge, California, the Colt TR2 600 Dart. Thanks to Dad Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew, Joey Goss, Paul Hanani and Bob Pereira, Jeff Tyler, Kylie and Luke. So Vane and Tony Garrett in the left, Manteca, California, the 458 Chevy. Red light for Sean Rogers and high wire in the right by .009. And so Vane, Tony Garrett runs a 642 on a 635, 130.4. In the win, a .93 reaction. Tough break for Rogers, the high wire boat. It'll be Pooch and Shane Westerfield. Anaheim, California, the Bullet TR4, Cole TR4, noon and 540. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo, and NGK Spark Plugs. Kelly Reed, the Mike DeClark owned boat. Blown Gas Flats, Daytona DSR 521, Jeff Lornis. GS Racing, DSR Marine, GS Marine, Eddie Built Performance Engines, Lad Oil, Infinity Plumbing, Shockwave Boats, K-Sticks Graphics, John Mills Pop-Off, and MPD, Kevin Christian. Right lane win light for Pooch and Shane Westerfield. 577 at 132. Kelly Reed goes 591 at 128 in the left. Number 4, a win light over the number 3 qualifier. River Noise and Ian Sears out of Canyon Lake, the 540 Lou Larson DeMarco, and Blacklist, Nicholas Childers, boat owned by Rex Childers. Bakersfield, California, the 521 Brad Anderson Hondo, Chuck Hartsfield Motorsports, Josco Construction, Jeremiah Allen Racing, Hans Wernhardt, CP Carrillo, Nick Horton, George Johns, Born Vintage Hot Rods, Rex and Tracy Childers, Lloyd and Ellen Childers, Paws and Claws Pet Resort. The number one qualifier, Nick Childers, left lane Blacklist, goes 575, 140.6. A 599 for River Noise, Ian Sears, 136.5. Attention in the pitch. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Exhibition, warm up. Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds, warm up. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Exhibition, warm up. And Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds, warm up. It'll be Smokin' Whitey, Jim Shelton in the right. Stockton, California, 500 3D Chevy. 3D Custom Boats, Joey and Ron Gross, Rick McGee, Adams Underground, and Screw Crew. Flat Confused, Joe Martin in the left. Keene, California, the Gross Racing Giro TR2 540. Hutchinson Racing, Gross Props. Special thanks to Frank, Darrell, Sean, Toby, Melissa, and the crew. Blown Gas Flats. Flat Confused, qualified number 2. Smokin' Whitey, Jim Shelton, qualified number 5. Smokin' Whitey with the win. A 592 beats a 611. 131. Flat Confused, Joe Martin goes 611 at 140. Capsule Boat left lane up next. Capsule Boat left lane. All right, we have a green course. It'll be a left lane single for Wicked Game and Bill Miller. Exhibition, 565 Big Brad Anderson Power Plant. Security Race Products, Texas Automotive Equipment Company helping out, along with Manton Push Rods, Bullet Cams, and Eagle Fuel. All right, so he had a green course. Think he started that thing in gear. And he'll just get it down the other end, leave the capsule up. Now pull it down. So Wicked Gabe and Bill Miller waddle down to the other end. So it looks like 10, now 11 of them up on the rope, full rope once again, ready to go. We're in round number 1 of eliminations. Pro Outlaw Exhibition and Quick Eliminator 6 seconds to the lanes. Pro Outlaw Exhibition and Quick Eliminator 6 seconds to the lanes, please. It'll be Burn Notice and Tom Fulkerson. TNT Racing owns the boat. Culver City, California, the DRC E2 Cold TR2 Chevy. UPR Racing, TNA Heating and Air. CP Pistons, Edelbrock, JC Supply. Uncle Paul and Joey Gross. The Butcher over on the left, Cole Irick. Couple of Pro Comp flats, 632 Chevy Cole TR4. Masick Racing, Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg, Snavely Performance, Irick Racing, Williams Precision Machine, and the best adopted mom ever, Lori Masick. Burn Notice, Tom Fulkerson right. The Butcher, Cole Irick in the left. The Butcher, Cole Irick, gets the win light. 585 on a 580 dial, 135 miles per hour. Burn notice Tom Fulkerson goes 611 on a 610. The .24 reaction time cost him. 130.8 was the speed in the losing effort. Looks like a left lane single, Blue Moon and Steve Palladini, Pro Comp Flat, the Colt TR3 428 small block Chevy. Kent Supply, Bill's Jerky Net, Joey Gross Racing, Palladini Construction, Lopez Brothers, Naughty Shine, Working Class Stiff, Champions Race Fuel. Special thanks to Sean and Renee Thurston, Kryptonite Marine. Palladini breaks out on the single. 621, way too quick. .23 was the mile per hour for the number 3 qualifier. Pro Outlaw, Exhibition, and Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds to the lanes. Unlimited, or Pro Outlaw, Exhibition, and Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds to the lanes. Cherry Popper and Carly Craig in the right, the BBC 540 Performance. PW Racing and Fab, East Valley Performance, Locos Only Racing, Hard Coatings, Jay's Hauling, Sperry Works, Crazy Earl Custom Colors, If Looks Could Kill, Steve Rosh in the left. The 540 Chevy Advantage, Steve Rosh Electric, Team C High Performance, Silver Bullet Marine B1, Steve Cylinder Heads, and Lefties. And the Advantage takes out the Performance, a 699 on a 695 dial, 107 miles per hour. Cherry Popper, Carly Craig, goes 766, breaks out, and a red light by 003. Breakout by .236. 766 on a 790 at 99 miles per hour. For the Super E-Boats. Tension in the pits. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 seconds. Warm them up. Top Eliminator, 7 seconds. Warm them up. Mod Eliminator, 8 seconds. Warm up. Double down, Cole Forrest in the right, the 565 Chevy Canyon Marine, Forrest Transportation, KL Engineering, and Gross Racing Engines. Drag this, Tyler Riggs, Cole TR4 557 Chevy, Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, TPE Plumbing, Pete, Michelle, and Tyler helping out. Tyler Riggs gets the win light in that one, a 966 at 81.2. On the breakout by .0003, and double down Cole Forrest waste a .04 reaction time. Runs 699 with a 9 on a 7000 dial. Barely breaks out, and Tyler Riggs will get that win light. He'll take it. 966 on an 840. Bad Business in Austin Cole, Auburn, Washington. The Ultra Tona Pap Chase, 600 Ford, 629 Racing, KP Automotive, Axis ADAS, M&M Racing Fuels. Quick Decision, Steve Cranford in the left. Curtis Kraft, 540. Joe and Donna Peck, Mike and Francis Botson, Mike Chadwick, Joey Gross, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. Quick Decision, 367 to the 660, and a kablooey over there in the right for Austin Cole. Bad Business. And he'll purge the system out of the NOS. Soon as he hit it, you saw the yellow flames, and rescue will come take a look. Man's Hand and Glenn Hutchinson, Jim Robertson, the boat owner out of Hayward. 501 Curtis Dart, Dead Man's Hand, Tim Robertson Racing Family, CP Carrillo, and Arias Pistons. Special thanks to Glenn Hutchinson and Joe Shelfo. To the 660 with a 359 at 125.28 miles per hour for Dead Man's Hand. One more toy and Steve Penberthy in the right. They had their fair share of problems yesterday. Sparks, Nevada, 540 Mike Miller Chevy Eliminator. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports and Big League Racing. Left Lane, Bad Medicine and Jordan Endler. San Ynez, California, the Coles Chevy 540. Mark Endler at Snap-on Tools, Magnum Griggs TV and VCR Repair, Shotgun Doug's Transmissions. Polly's Excavating, Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing, thanks to Joe Shelfo. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler with the wind light. 0.15 reaction time, runs a 649 on a 647, 118. One more toy, Penberthy. Those guys got it to go down the track. 0.07 on the tree, but breaks out with a 591 on a 594, 129. And that's racing. They couldn't get it to run right yesterday, and now goes too quick today. It'll be White Privilege and Zach Rauscher in the left. Alpine, California, 570 Miller BBC Cheyenne. BLR, Mike Miller Racing Engine and Rawls Precision Machine. Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds, couple of unlimited outlaws. Powder Tech 2, BLR Performance Marine. Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine. Mike Miller Racing Engines. On the top, Tap H2O Solutions and Evans Custom Concrete. Unlimited Outlaws. To the 660, a win light in the left lane for the number 2 qualifier, White Privilege, Zach Rauscher. Goes 373, 120. Pickle Nasty, Tony Hammonds, number 5 qualifier, goes 404 to 111. in the loss. Pro Eliminator 6.5 seconds. Top Eliminator 7 seconds. Mod Eliminator 8 seconds. To the lanes. Flat Baden, Ron Gray Jr. in the right. The BBC Sanger Flat Bottom, 468. Napa, Gateway Trailers, Lemon Trailers, Sunoco Fuel. Les Schwab, Pab Coatings, Baker Props, Rocky Mountain Carts, Speed Coat, 49. No Name, Mark Lane. Stephanie Lane owns the boat. The BBC 500 Rogers. Stephanie Lane, Jim Lennox, Todd at A&T, Peterson. Win light for the Rogers, the number 2 qualifier, Mark Lane, 697 on a 696, 111.68. I'd say they got it dialed in. Red light over there in the right for Ron Gray Jr. by 0.09 to the bad, 769 on a 730, 105 miles per hour. Little Sister and Jared Vance over in the right. Donnie LeBon, the boat owner. The Ford Placecraft 521. Crew Trees, Drew Dominique, Stephanie Lucella, Stephanie Sandeffer, Tyler Austin, Jared Phillips. Schuler Racing, Drew Fab, Sheffer Oil, Pump Life, WCRO Media, and Delson Products. Angry Black, Paul Bauer in the left. 555 flat Chevy. Corporate Construction Services, Mom, Mad Dog Racing, and Gross Racing. Super Ease at the rope. Jared went nowhere, and Little Sister, Angry Black, Paul Bauer gets it down to the other end at a 646 with a .04 reaction time, 102 miles per hour. All right, it'll look like truck and trailer for the 512 to the in-ramp. Tough break for Jared Vance and Little Sister. Jet skis over next to the boat right now. Oh, he did bring it to life. Hold off, truck and trailer. All right, we will bring you to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for the 512, Little Sister, Jared Vance. Truck and trailer for the 512, back to the in-ramp, please. Jet ski will go help Jared. Tough break for the Little Sister team. Angry Black will get the win light. Paul Bauer moving on, the number 4 qualifier. Pro Eliminator 6.5 seconds. Top Eliminator 7 seconds. Mod Eliminator 8 seconds. To the lanes. It'll be Flight Risk and Jesse Gregerson in the right. Ron and Joey Gross, C&J, Crane Hoist, the Bandies. Pinball Wizard, Drew Dominique. Drew Fab, Titan Clutch, Walker Brothers, Toolpath Labs, Fuel Tech, and the Schaefers. Oh, he reeled him in and drove around him. Flight Risk, Jesse Gregerson, right lane win light. A 0.4 reaction time, 6:32 on a 6:26. 126 gets the win. Pinball Wizard, Drew Dominique, 0.14 on the tree, goes 8:17. 77.83. It'll be So Vain and Tony Garrett in the left. Manteca, California, the Chevy 458. And Little Debbie Snacks helping out. All right, So Vain, Tony Garrett, and the Little Debbie Snacks sponsored ride with a 646 on a 639 dial, 129.47. And look at that, must have ate some Little Debbie Snacks out there, good enough to run a little bit quicker. It'll be Mike DeClark. Little white lie, left lane. Put them close to the shoreline for you guys with the cameras. Anaheim, California, the Curtis 521 Brad Anderson horsepower. Yeah, that boat, that big white boat's run 211 out here at Lake Ming, so quite capable, packing a punch. And they're now running the 211 prop on it, Mr. Shoemaker tells me. Mike comes out of that Aha Quinn about 20 miles north of Blythe, California side, and I don't know what's in the water up there, but it breeds all kinds of fast guys, whether they're on the water or on the land. And they'll bring Little White Lie to life. Here we go with MDC, Mike DeClark. The Curtis 521, Brad Anderson. Infinity Plumbing. The capsule comes down. Here we go. They improve a 4:35 elapsed time, 3:16 to the 660. Top speed at the big end, 192.17. And we'll follow up to Clark and Little White Lie with a pair of capsules for you. How about Unfinished Business over there on the right? Kim McKillican, Pro Outlaws. Mountain View Solutions helps out on the boat along with Stillwater Trucking and Lordco. And in the left, Double Vision, Danny Stone. The Brad Anderson Grimes Curtis 501, 540. Glenn Sweezy Racing, Foothill Precision Machine, Joe Blatter Fab, Joe and Donna Peck, Craig Turner Construction, Working Stiff Lifestyle, Joe Shelfo Racing, Sign Depot in Salida. And special thanks to Glenn, Tom, Penny, and David for their help on the racing operation. Safety boat says course is green. Starting barge. We'll talk to the drivers. It'll be unfinished business. The 199 boat in the right. The 928 at double vision. Danny Stone. Ken McKillican, a .31 light, will get the win light in the right lane. A 679 on a 520, 124. Double vision goes .29 on the tree. Danny Stone breaks out by .044. He goes 515 on a 520. 173 miles per hour for double vision in the red boat. Unfinished business. The number 5 will beat the number 2 in Pro Outlaw. It'll be final outlaw left lane. Chris Eyrick, boat owned by Joe Eyrick. The Deaver 541 Brad Anderson. Orberg Excavation, Williams Precision Machine, Competition Coatings, Connolly Marine, Norco Automotive, Mom and Michael Sunglass Tent, D&D Refrigeration, and special thanks to Masick Racing. Right lane, the 424 boat, Crazy Train, West Con. The 471 Brad Anderson, Cornell. Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pave, RB Props, and Bill Diaz, Dement Landscaping, and Andy Dement. Want to thank my loving wife, Sharice, and my family for supporting me in this crazy thing I love. Big shout out to the main guy and the crew chief, Crazy Tony Tucker, and the rest of the crew, Jacob, Dylan, Brian, Tate, and Dave. Special thanks to all the NJBA gang for all you do. WestCon Crazy Train in the right. Final Outlaw Chris Eyrick in the left. Pro Outlaws. Eyrick qualified number 1. WestCon the number 6 qualifier. Red light for final. Outlaw by .010 will cost him. Crazy Train West Con will get the win. A 6:47, 87 miles per hour he slows to. Final Outlaw with a 5:26, 169. And the number 1 qualifier falls to the number 6 on a red light. Left lane, it'll be fair warning, and Matt Hudson. Jim Robertson owns the boat out of Hayward. Matt hails from Escalon, California. The Rex Hutchison Rodak 540 XH1 Fine Line. Special thanks to Jim Robertson and Family Racing. It's a fine line. And a special thanks to Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchison, Joe Shelfo, Rex Hutchison Motors. Attention in the pits. Denise wanted me to pass it along to you guys. If you're interested in being in the Gambler and Super E, you might have lost in that first race. You have to come let her know now if you're going to stay in it and buy back in with the Gambler program. Attention in the pits. Round 2. Pro Comp flat. Blown gas flat. Warm them up. Pro Comp flat. Blown gas flat. Warm up. All right, it's got to be a Van Halen fan like me. Fair warning, Matt Hudson. Fair warning, Matt Hudson. That thing was moving around at the launch. Goes 525 on a 520 dial. 168.8 miles per hour for the fair warning team. Matt Hudson, the number 3 qualifier. Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi will be in the left. Petaluma, California, 482 Chevy Canyon Marine. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products. Thanks to the crew, Mom and Dad and Cassidy. Quick Eliminator for Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi. Consistent running drag boat right there. Tony Rossi, flat, nasty, goes 609 on a 600. 129, the number one qualifier. We'll move on. Hard attacking Sean Forrest in the left. Hollister, California, 565. Joey Gross, Canyon. Forrest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, KL Engineering. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, John Cooling, Kevin Lynch, Justin, Joey Gross, and Grandpa. Hard attack and Sean Forrest. Sean puts it down through the lights at the other end with a 601 on a 600 dial. 134.7 miles per hour. It'll be tough to beat by anybody. He was the number 4 qualifier moving on. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson in the right. Paso Robles, California, the 565 Canyon Chevy. Single Jack Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring. Precision Craft Marine. Digital Propeller Technologies, Rossland's Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toves Welding, the best crew in the biz, Meg, Craig, Steve, Faith, and Jody. EBGB, Michael Jewell, Left Lane, Orange, California, the 500 Chevy Cole. Special thanks to Robert Simmons and crew. Quick Eliminator. Mike Torgerson with a win light in the right. The 609 on a 600 dial. 118.5, a 0.14 reaction time. Heebie-jeebie goes 0.02 on the tree, but runs a 631 on a 600 in the loss. The number 6 just beat the number 5. And something did not sound good in that left lane, and we'll get the jet ski out to assist. That sounded expensive. All right, rescue tells the barge, green course. Everything clear down there at the top end. The Butcher Cole Irick in the right. Wake up call, Mike Rickabosh left. They fire him up. Quick Eliminator, round one. Mike Rickabosh gets the victory, gets the win light. The number 3 beats the number 8. Takes down the Butcher and Cole Irick. Rickabosh and wake up call goes 6,008 on a 6,000, 140 miles per hour in the wind. The Butcher Cole Irick goes 590 and breaks out by 0.09 seconds. And wasted a 0.09 reaction. 132 was the speed in the loss. Super E and Gambler to the lanes. Super E and Gambler to the lanes. Child Abuse and JoJo Masick will be in the right. The big block Chevy 555 running the Canyon. Special thanks to Snavely Performance getting that engine out so quickly. Nick Rose Insurance got flat. Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine. East Valley Performance Machine. PW Racing and Fabrication and Naughty Shine. Snakebite, Jay Brakefield in the left, Wilmington, California, the 565 Cole Chevy. Robert Simons Racing Engines, Brad Simons at RRD, PW Racing and Fabrication. Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo and Arias Pistons, Uncle Jess Cantina, and the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. Pro Eliminators, round one. JoJo Masick gets the win light. Child Abuse. All the Masick race team down there was high-fiving and fist bumping. They're pretty happy with the win. She runs a 663 on a 650 dial. 124 was the speed in that right lane. Left lane, Snakebite, Jay Brakefield. The number 2 qualifier goes 647 and breaks out by 0.02. In the loss. So JoJo qualified number 3 and moves on. Abracadabra and Bob Prigmore in the right. Lake Havasu City, the Placecraft BBC 572. Robert Honey Badger Ledbetter and David Ebert. D&E Motorsports Development, Peterson Boat Specialties, Kornowski, Custom Marine, Highwire, Sean Rogers, Northridge, California, the Dark Cold TR2 600. Thanks to Dad Matt, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus. Joey Goss, Paul Hananian, Bob Perea, Jeff Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. Wind light for Abracadabra, right lane, Bob Prigmore, 666 on a 650, 112 in the wind. Breakout left lane for Highwire, Sean Rogers goes 643 on a 650. Breaks out by 0.06 seconds, 117 the speed. And the number 4 just took out the number 1 qualifier. Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat, Super Eliminator, Gambler to the lanes. One more toy and Steve Penberthy in the right. Eliminator 540 Mike Miller, Chevy. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing, Westerfield Motorsports, Big League Racing. Rambunctious and David Poffenbarger in the left. Pleasanton, California, the 540 Chevy. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross with Gross Racing, Joe Shelfo with Shelfo Racing. Penberthy gets the win in the right lane on a breakout by Rambunctious and David Poffenbarger. Double breakout, 0.07 on the tree to a 0.08 for Penberthy. 598 to a 600 for the winner, breaks out by 0.01. And a 595 to a 600. Poffenbarger breaks out by 0.04. So the number 9 takes out the number 2. The number 1 and number 2 qualifiers are out of it. Left lane single if looks could kill, Steve Rosh. Top Eliminator, Upland, California, the 540 Chevy Advantage. Steve Rosh Electric, Team C High Performance Center. I'll put him in the right lane. Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinderheads, Lefties Pinstriping. And on the single, if looks could kill, Steve Rosh, 702 on a 700, 106.04. In that right lane, the number 1 qualifier. In Top Eliminator, Unlimited Outlaw, blown gas jet to the lanes. Unlimited Outlaw, blown gas jet to the lanes. Pro Gas Flat, warm up. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Exhibition, warm up. Or, I'm sorry, no exhibition warm up. Exhibition, do not warm up yet. Pay attention in John Vieira. Steve Tambert owns the boat out of Medford, Oregon. Fire me up and Sammy V. Pay attention, John Vieira. You only got to stay on that thing for 8 seconds. That was a wild bucking Bronco. Fire me up left lane. The winner, the number 3 qualifier, Sammy V, Sam Villavicencio. Goes 722 on a 700 at 121. It'll be Promised Land. Kenny Boswell on the right. The Gross Sanger 540. Esposito Racing, Gross Racing, J.O. Layton, and Penny Lossing. No Name, Mark Lane, Stephanie Lane, Jim Leonards, Todd at A&T, Peterson Specialty, and Joey Gross. Good side-by-side race. No Name, Mark Lane will get the win. A red light. Kenny Boswell, Promised Land, won't be going there today. A .07 he leaves early. 697 he broke out as well. 111. Double breakout. No Name goes 695 on a 700. And the number 4 qualifier, No Name, Mark Lane, will get the win. Pinball Wizard Drew Dominique. In the right, the Chevy Southwind Tunnel Dragster, BBC 582. Titan Clutch, Walker Brothers, Toolpath Labs, Fuel Tech, Schaefer's. JP Marine, Pump Life Concepts, Hydrophobia. Special thanks to Jim Eckes and my amazing family. And make sure to stop by the Drew Fab Hydrophobia Pits at the out ramp for swag and all your jet boat performance needs. Left lane, double down, Cole Forest. 565 Chevy Canyon Marine. Forest Transportation, Kale Engineering, Gross Racing Engines. Winlight, right lane, pinball wizard, Drew Dominique goes 7.60 on a 700, 107. Double down, Cole Forrest breaks out, wastes that 0.08 reaction time, goes 697 on a 700. And the number 2 qualifier falls to the number 7. And he goes 117 in the loss. A lot of big upsets today by the higher qualified boats. So far in the early rounds of eliminations. Procom flat to the lanes, blown gas flat to the lanes, super eliminator to the lanes, gambler to the lanes, unlimited outlaw to the lanes, blown gas jet to the lanes, it'll be Cherry Popper, Carly Craig in the right lane. The 540 Performance Boats BBC. And Touch Too Much, Stephen McNeil in the left. The Gross Blown BBC Jetstar. Gross Racing, High Tech Performance. United Engine Machine. Carly leads to early red light by 0.05 to the negative. Touch Too Much. Stephen McNeil will get the win light with a nice 0.022 reaction time. And the number 2 qualifier moves on. 808 on an 800 at 101.3. It'll be Little Sister and Jared Vance in the left. Tascadero, California, the 521 Ford Placecraft. Crew Chief Drew Dominique. Stephanie Lucetta helping out along with Stephanie Sandeffer, Tyler Austin, Jared Phillips. Schuler Racing, Drew Fab, Sheffer Oil, Pump Live, WCRO Media, and Delson Products. Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed, Bakersfield, California local shoe, 454 Chevy and the big block Hondo. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Rowdy's Pool Service, Bear Mountain Auto Repair, Dallas Mankins Props, and Blue Diamond Pools helping out. That one. And Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed gets the win, 862, 91.5. He red light by 0.04, but Jared left way early, red lighted by 0.28. He wasted an 804 on an 800 dial. And the number 4 just takes out the number 1 qualifier. Burn Notice and Tom Fulkerson, the TNT Racing operated owned boat. Culver City, California, the DRC E2 Chevy Cole TR2. UPR Racing, TNA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edelbrock, JC Supply, Uncle Paul and Joey Gross. Jim Burrows Sr. and Jr., Marco Day and Terry Anderson helping out. Well, that's when you want to have trouble on the launch like that during a single. Burn Notice, Tom Fulkerson will get it down to the other end and advance on the single. The number 13 qualifier with an 1893 at 127. And a capsule coming at us next. Exhibition for Wicked Game and Bill Miller. Wicked Game and Bill Miller had the issues last time out. Exhibition. The big 565, Brad Anderson. Security Race Products, Texas Automotive Equipment Company, Manton Push Rods, Bullet Cams, and Eagle Fuel. Wicked game. Bill Miller got it off the line better that time. We'll idle it down to the other end in the exhibition class. If you're missing a pair of, it looks like women's reading glasses or women's glasses, we have them here at Lost and Found, also known as the announcing table. We've got Pooch and Shane Westerfield. Jim Whiteley owns the boat. Anaheim, California, the Noonan 540 Bullet TR4, Cole TR4. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo, and NGK Spark Plugs. Anthony Frank and Andy helping out. Smokin' Whitey, Jim Shelton, Blown Gas Flat Bottoms. Chevy 3D 500, 3D Custom Boats, Joey and Ron Gross Racing, Rick McGee, Adams Underground, and Screw Crew. Westerfield grabs the win in Pooch, a 569 at 139. Jim Shelton leads early in Smokin' Whitey, a red light by 0.28 seconds, 591 at 133. Snakebite and Jay Brakefield in the right. Wilmington, California, the Chevy Cole 565. Robert Simons Racing, Brad Simons, PW Racing, Westerfield. Bad Madison, Jordan Endler. Shotgun Doug's, Magnum Greg's, Mark Endler. Oh, these guys are used to going head-to-head, and right there, the number 8 takes out the number 5. Snakebite, Jay Brakefield. A 0.5 reaction time, goes 6:43 on a 6:40. 120 for the win. Jordan Endler goes 0.11 on the tree. Breaks out a 6:43 on a 6:47. At 118 in the loss. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi out of Petaluma, 482 Chevy Canyon Marine. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products, HUR. And the crew, Mom and Dad and Cassidy. Winlight, right lane, Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi, .08 reaction time, runs a 633 on a 604 dial, 108.6 the mile per hour. Ron Gray Jr. in Flat Bad 2 goes 645 and breaks out on a 646 dial by .111, 0001, and 125 the speed and the loss. Flight Risk and Jesse Gregerson will be in the right. The Canyon Chevy out of Brentwood, BBC 565. Ron and Joey Gross Racing Engine, C&J Carburetors, Crane and Hoist Services, and the Bandies. Blue Moon and Steve Palladini, Small Block Chevy, Colt TR3, 428. Kent Supply, Bill's Jerky Net, Joey Gross Racing, Palladini Construction, Lopez Brothers, Naughty Shine. Working Class Stiff, Champions Race Fuel, special thanks to Shauna Renee Thurston and Kryptonite Marine. Pro Comp Flats. Blue Moon, Steve Palladina, .06 for Palladini on the tree, runs a 621 on a 620 dial. 132.7, that'll be tough to beat all day. Jesse Gregerson, Flight Risk, goes .20 on the tree. A 624 and a 627 breakout as well. So vain, Tony Garrett in the right, Manteca, California, the Chevy 458, Little Debbie Snacks Boat. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston in the left of Gardnerville, Nevada. 454 Chevy, K1 by Kryptonite. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross, Sick Gross Racing. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston gets the win. 638 at 123. Red light, so vain. Tony Garrett leads early by .03. Runs a 673 on a 639 at 128 in the loss. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. Pro Outlaw, warm up. The Butcher, Cole Irick in the right lane. Chevy 632, Cole TR4. Masick Racing, Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg, Snavely Performance, Irick Racing, Williams Precision Machine. And the best adopted mom ever, Lori Masick. Cannonballs, Bob Close in the left. The Mako 540 Donovan. Close Construction, Ken Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction, Ray's Truck and Equipment, Mankins V Drive. Special thanks to Cheryl Cannon, Ray, Mike, Dan, and Raymond. The Butcher, Cole Irick, getting loose there towards the big end of the track on a double red light and a breakout. Wind light goes to left lane. Bob Close, Cannonballs, breaks out with a .096. Or red lights with a .09, breaks out by .005. 646, 92.5 in the right for the Butcher, Cole Irick. And the number one qualifier is still alive. Rambunctious David Poffenbarger in the right. The Pleasanton, California shoe. 540 Chevy Canyon. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross, Gross Racing Engines, Joe Shelfo, Shelfo Racing. The Super Crew, Mike Barnes, Mike Pope, and wife Maylin. Child Abuse, JoJo Masick in the left lane. The Canyon, 555 Big Block Chevy. Snavely Performance for getting the engine out so quick. Nick Rose Insurance. Got Flat. Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine. East Valley Performance Machine. PW Racing and Fabrication and Naughty Shine. Special thanks to Dad and Steplow, the Roaches, Grandma and Annie, my sisters, and Jade. Right lane, Winlight, 596 on a 592 for Rambunctious. 122.9 the speed. JoJo runs a 652 on a 650. 123.1. Poffenbarger at a .11 light. JoJo at a .18 light. It was close. Dead Man's Hand and Glenn Hutchinson. The Dart 501 Curtis. Dead Man's Hand, Tim Robertson Racing. CP Carrillo. Arius Pistons. Special thanks to Glenn Hutchinson and Joe Shelfo. And Rex Hutchinson Motors. Left lane. To the 660, a 3.54 to 126 miles per hour for Dead Man's Hand. It'll be quick decision. Steve Cranford in the right. Watsonville, California, 540 Curtis 501, Curtis Craft. Joe and Donna Peck, Mike and Francis Botson, Mike Chadwick, Joey Gross Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. White Privilege, Zach Rauscher in the left. Alpine, California, 570 Miller BBC Cheyenne. BLR, Mike Miller Racing Engine, Rawls Precision Machine. Right lane win light for quick decision. And Steve Cranford, a 364 to the 660, beats a 367 for White Privilege and Zach Rauscher. Cranford with the win, quick decision. Osterizer, Amy Ann Freeberg in the right lane. Jordan Forge, 3D Fiberglass, Cal Concepts, Freeberg Law, Bentley V-Drives, Legal Minds Inc., and Sonny DeMarco. Left lane, One More Toy, Steve Penberthy, Spark. Next pair, Pinball Wizard, Drew Dominique in the right. Drew Fab Inc., Titan Clutch, Walker Brothers, Toolpath Labs, Fuel Tech, and Schaefer's. Double down, Cole Forrest in the left. Forrest Transportation, KL Engineering, and Gross Racing Engines helping out. Super E. double red light. And the win will go to the left for the lesser of the infractions. Double down Cole Forrest with a .05 red light to a .15 for Drew Dominique and Pinball Wizard in the right. 699 in the left, 120, 763, 102 in the right. Pro Outlaw to the lanes, please. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Quick Eliminators, 6 seconds, warm up. Pro Eliminators, 6.5 seconds, warm up. Top Eliminator, 7 seconds, warm up. Mod Eliminator, 8 seconds, warm up. If looks could kill, Steve Rosh in the right. The Advantage 540 Chevy, Steve Rosh Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads and lefties pinstriping. Paul Bauer, Angry Black in the left, Discovery Bay, California, the 555 flat, Chevy. Mom, Corporate Construction Services, Mad Dog Racing, Gross Racing Engines helping out. Win light left lane. Angry Black, Paul Bauer on the red light for if looks could kill, Steve Rosh in the right. Sunday shooter, Ricky Sneed, Bakersfield, California, hot shoe, 454 big block Hondo Chevy. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Rowdy's Pool Service, Bear Mountain Auto Repair, Dallas Mankins Props, and Blue Diamond Pools. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler, left lane. Santa Ynez, 540 Cole. Mark Endler, Snap-on Tools, Magnum Greg's TV and VCR Repair, Shotgun Doug's Transmissions. Pulley's Excavating, Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing, and Joe Shelfo. Red light for Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed. And the triple O reaction time yesterday does not work today as he leaves early. Bad Medicine Jordan Endler will get the win, 649 on a 644, 115.7. No name, Mark Lane in the left. Wife Stephanie owns the boat, the BBC 500 Rogers. Jim Leonard's Todd at A&T Marine. Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross, Gross Racing, Kevin Felkins. Drag This, Tyler Riggs, the Colt TR4 557 Chevy. Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, TPE Plumbing. Pete and Michelle and Tyler helping out as well. On the Drag This boat, Super Ease. Drag This, Tyler Riggs gets another win light, an 880 on an 855. A 004 reaction time. Mark Lane goes .07 on the tree, but breaks out by .02. He runs 693 on a 696. And the number 7 just takes down the number 2 qualifier. It'll be Pickle Nasty in the right, Tony Hammonds. Blown Gas Jets, Powder Tech 2, BLR Performance Marine, Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine, Mike Miller Racing. On the tap, H2O Solutions, Evans Custom Concrete. Whitey, Duncan Patterson in the left. Alpine, California, 565 cubic inch Chevy Tunnel. JP Marine, Blue Skies Heating and Air Conditioning, Mike Miller Racing Engines. Win light, right lane, Pickle Nasty, a .07 reaction, 584, 131. Duncan Patterson, a .81 reaction time, runs a 552 and loses 140.4 the speed. Flight Risk and Jesse Gregerson, right lane, Brentwood, California driver, the BBC 565 Chevy in the Canyon. Ron and Joey Gross, C&J Carburetors, Crane and Hoist Services, and the Bandies. Sovane, Tony Garrett, Manteca, California, the 458 Chevy, Little Debbie Snacks sponsored boat. Double breakout, and the win will go to Flight Risk. Right lane, Jesse Gregerson, 620 on a 626. Will beat a 623 on a 639. 0-9 on the tree for Jesse. Garrett is a .32 reaction time. Number 11 just beats the number 3 qualifier. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds. Warm them up. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 seconds. I'm sorry, after you warmed them up, called that already, bring them up. So Quick Eliminator, 6 second. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 second. Top Eliminator, 7 second. And Mod Eliminator, 8 second. Up to the lanes now. Jesse Gregerson, I know you just ran, but if you can hear my voice, they're going to be needing you up at the tower. They're looking for you at the tower. Jesse Gregerson, if you can hear me, I know you just ran. You're probably still in your boat. They're looking for you at the NJBA tower, please. It'll be Hydrophobia and Dottie LeBon out of Livermore, California in the right. The Denver Capsule. TFX 500. Placecraft. American Turbine helping out along with Drew Fab, Jim Pachota Racing, WCRO Media, Star Racer Belts, Schaefer Oil, and Delson Products. Special thanks to Sloan for all the help last night. Schuler Racing, Bill Miller Engineering, CP Pistons, and Pump Life. In the left lane, it's War Party, Ashley Wimslet. War Party riding on, honoring Nancy and Jerry Davis. And the sponsors on the boat helping out the racing program: Mania Racing, Red Alert Racing, DSM Racing, RB Props, Rep Bell family, Winslet family, Bradley family, the Infamous Brewing, and Aquatic Balance Pool Service. Ashley qualifying number 2, Donnie qualifying number 3. Should be a good one. They're both on the rope and ready. And the green shirts are invading the shoreline. Jesse Gregerson, we're looking for you up at the NJBA trailer. If you can hear me, I know you just got out of your ride, but you are needed at the NJBA trailer. Red light for Ashley by .30, runs a 5:45, 146. Donnie LeBon goes 5:41, 147 in the win. .39 the reaction time, but it won't matter. And number 3 just takes out number 2. Make some noise, green shirts. We've got a capsule left lane single. It's Jeff Stewart in flat hammered. Top alcohol flat with the big Brad Anderson 521 Canyon prop. Craig Turner Construction Blower Shop, Advanced Precision. Special thanks to the crew. Chris Stewart, Greg Jones, Greg Turner, Bob Harris, Tom Glenn, and Mark. Flat hammered on a single with a 008 reaction time. Goes 5:22 elapsed time. 165.4 the speed. Osterreiser and Amy Ann Freeberg. Maloof Race Engine sponsored 73 DeMarco with the 427 Ford. 3D Fiberglass, Jordan Forge, Cal Concepts, Freeberg Law, Bentley V Drives, Legal Minds Inc., and Sonny DeMarco. Amy Ann runs a .07 reaction. 820, 95.85 the mile per hour for Amy Ann. Brad Anderson, Cornell. Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pave, RB Props, and Bill Diaz. Dement Landscaping and Andy Dement. And my loving wife, Sharice. Crazy Train, Wes Kahn goes 5.21 on a 5.20. 172.4, and the crew's loving that one. Just 172 mile an hour bracket boat. $521 with a 7 on a 5200 dial in. And the quick eliminator guys are going to go ask him how to run a quick dial in like that. And it'll be touched too much. Stephen McNeil must be an AC/DC guy. Gross blown BBC 5 Jetstar boat. Gross Racing Engines, High Tech Performance, United Engine Machine, STD Racing, Mohem Machine, Rex Hutchison Racing. Special thanks to Deb, Dad, and Patch. Touch too much is Stephen McNeil. Will run the left lane single. $797 at 101 on the left lane single for touch too much and Stephen McNeil. Next pair, Heart Attack, Sean Forrest in the right. Hollister, California, 565 Joey Gross, Canyon. Forest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, KL Engineering. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, John Coolin, Kevin Lynch, Justin Joey Gross, and Grandpa. And the left lane, Wake Up Call with Mike Rickabosh, Sparks, Nevada, the 509 Chevy Howard. Running the left lane. Attention in the pits. Pro Comp flat, warm up. Blown gas flat, warm up. Super Eliminator, warm up. Gambler, warm up. Unlimited Outlaw, warm up. Blown gas jet, warm up. Unlimited Outlaw, warm up. Blown gas jet, warm up. And they'll bring him to life. Heart attack right, Sean Forrest. Wake up call, Rickabosh in the left. Quick eliminators on the water. Red light for Rickabosh in the left. A win for the right lane. Sean Forrest heart attack goes 6.03 on a 600, 128. Rickabosh also goes 6.03, but red lights. Little sister Jared Vance in the left. Tascadero, California, the 521 Ford Placecraft owned by Donnie LeBon. Drew Dominique, crew chief. Stephanie Luchette on the crew, along with Stephanie Sandeffer, Tyler Austin, Jared Phillips. Schuler Racing, Drew Fab, Sheffer Oil, Pump Life, WCRO Media, and Delson Products. Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed, Bakersfield, California, 454 Chevy, Big Block. Hondo, Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Rowdy's Pool Service, Bear Mountain Auto Repair, Dallas Macon's Props, and Blue Diamond Pools. Little sister gets it done. Jared Vance, the #1 qualifier. 8.02 on an 800, 103.3 the speed. Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed runs an 888 on an 800, 86 miles an hour. All right, they're going to red light the course real quick. Go deliver some nutrition real quick to the rescue boat. Good time to call out the winning raffle ticket. The winning raffle ticket for today is a yellow ticket, 179240. 179240. You are the 50-50 raffle winner today. Head on down to RESP with your winning ticket. 179240. 5 Chevy Canyon, Single Jack Speed and Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, Digital Propeller Technologies, Rossland's Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toves Welding, and a special thanks to the best crew in the biz, Meg, Craig, Steve, Faith, and Jody. One more toy, Steve Penberthy in the left. Sparks, Nevada driver, the 540 Mike Miller Chevy Eliminator. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports, and Big League Racing, and we have a green course. Austin Shin, Mike Finazzi, Han Penberthy, and Kinsey Dingley helping out on one more toy. Great start for Torgerson. Better finish for Penberthy, but they both double break out. But Torgerson breaks out worse. He runs a 586 on a 600. Penberthy will go 593 on a 600, breaks out less, and gets the win light. So Penberthy, qualified number 9, just takes out Torgerson, the number 6 qualifier. And it'll be JoJo Masick, Child Abuse in the right, the 555 big block Chevy Canyon. Snavely Performance for getting the engine out. Nick Rose Insurance, got flat. Joe Shelfel Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine. East Valley Performance Machine. PW Racing and Fabrication, Naughty Shine. Abracadabra, Bob Prickmore in the left. Lake Havasu City, the 572, D&E BBC Placecraft. Robert Honey Badger Ledbetter, David Ebert. D&E Motorsports Development, Peterson Boat Specialties, Kornowski Custom Marine. Couple of pro eliminators. Red light for Abracadabra. JoJo gets the win. 652 on a 650. Prigmore would have gone 653 on the 650. Great drag boat race, and JoJo puts on another win light. Okay, we have no winner claiming to have the ticket yet for our 50-50 raffle. One more time, get your raffle tickets out. The winning ticket is 179240. 179240. If you have that ticket, run it on down to RESP. You have 5 minutes. Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi in the left, single. Quick Eliminator, 482 Chevy, Canyon Marine, out of Petaluma, California. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products. And thanks to the crew, Mom and Dad and Cassidy. Tony Rossi and Flat Nasty lays down a 6.03 on a 6.00. And the number one qualifier's got it dialed in, 125.6 the mile per hour. Once again, the winning raffle ticket is 179240. You have 5 minutes to get down that RESP. Fire me up in Sam Villavicencio, Ojai, California, the 470 Chevy. Crew Chief Dave Filchowski, Ron Gross Racing, Joey Gross, and Wayne Metler. Right lane single, top eliminator. Sammy V lays down a 7.24 and a 7.00, 114.8 in the right lane single and top eliminator. No name, Mark Lane in the right. Jim Leonard's Todd at A&T Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross, Kevin Felkins helping. If looks could kill, Steve Rash. Steve Rash Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing. That's another win live for No Name, Mark Lane. 0.04 on the tree, 7.11 on a 7.00. 112 miles an hour. If looks could kill, the number one qualifier, 6.97 on a 700 and breaks it out. And some capsules coming at you guys. Pair capsules. Pro Outlaw, unfinished business. Kim McKillican, the 199 boat. Mountain View Solutions, Stillwater Trucking and Lordco helping out. Fair Warning, Matt Hudson, boat owned by Jim Robertson out of Hayward. Matt at Escalon, California, the 540. XH1 Fine Line. Rex Hutchison Rodak. Jim Robertson and Family Racing, it's a fine line. Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchinson, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchison. That's a good side-by-side drag boat race. Unfinished business with the wind light, a 529 on a 520. 153 the speed. And we'll get the jet ski out there for a little assistance before we see Wicked Game and Bill Miller up next in the left. All right, safety boat tells Tony on the barge we have green course. And Tony will let Bill Miller know in the Wicked Game boat. The 565 Brad Anderson, Security Race Products, Texas Automotive Equipment Company, Menton Push Rods, Bullet Cams, and Eagle Fuel helping out. Bill Miller going for some wild air. Wicked Game. Just attempted to launch like a SpaceX rocket. He saved it. And he'll idle that thing down to the other end. The whole boat out of the water by a good foot or so. Kryptonite and Sean Thurston. In the right, Matt Lloyd Thurston, Gardnerville, the boat owners. K1 by Kryptonite, 454 Chevy. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing. Blue Moon in the left, Steve Palladini. 428 small block Chevy, Cole TR3. Kent Supply, Bill's Jerky Net, Joey Gross Racing, Palladini Construction. Lopez Brothers, Naughty Shine, Working Class Stiff, Champions Race Fuel. Special thanks to Sean and Renee Thurston, Kryptonite Marine. Here we go with Kryptonite in the right, Sean Thurston, Blue Moon left, Steve Palladini. Win light for Kryptonite, Sean Thurston in the right, a 643 on a 637 dial, 125.5. Red light for Blue Moon, Steve Palladini leaves early by .03. Runs a 629 on a 620 and 130.9 the mile per hour. Number 4 beats the number 3 qualifier. It'll be Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson, the left. Boat owned by Jim Robertson out of Hayward. The 501, Curtis Dart. Tim Robertson Racing Family, CP Carrillo, Arias Pistons. Special thanks to Glenn Hutchinson and Joe Shelfo and Rex Hutchison Motors. Right lane for quick decision is Steve Cranford, Watsonville, California, 540, Curtis 501. Joe and Donna Peck, Mike and Francis Botson, Mike Chadwick, Joey Gross Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, AMP by Kirsten. It's a rocket ship. Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson. The number 1 qualifier goes 349 to the 660 at 128. Quick decision, a 463 in the right at 96.9. Had some trouble. It'll be rambunctious. David Poffenbarger in the right. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross with Gross Racing. Joe Shelfo is Shelfo Racing. Cannonballs, Bob Close in the left. Close Construction, King Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction. Ray's Truck and Equipment and Minkins V Drives. Red light for Poffenbarger by .02. He wasted a 6.004 on a 590. Cannonball's Bob Close goes 004 on the tree. 619 on a 617. Would have been tough for Dave to beat. 132 miles an hour. And the number 1 qualifier gets the win light. Pro Comp Flats. Quick eliminator, 6 seconds, warm them up. Top eliminator, 7 seconds, warm up. Mod eliminator, 8 seconds, warm them up. Angry Black, Paul Bauer in the right. Discovery Bay, California, the 555 Chevy 2000 RGR. Mom Corporate Construction Services, Mad Dog Racing and Gross Racing. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler, Santa Ynez, the 540 Cole. Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing, Pulleys Excavating, Shotgun Doug's Transmission, Magnum Griggs TV and VCR Repair, and Mark Endler at Snap-on Tools. Double red light, a .16 for Bad Medicine is worse. And the number one qualifier goes down. Paul Bauer, red light's .03 and will get the win light. 633 on a 622, 119.13. And we've got a capsule boat. Mike DeClark making his way out in Little White Lies. All right, a green core says they'll give a tow out for the Little White Lie boat of Mike DeClark. The 537 entry out of Anaheim, California. 521 Brad Anderson Enterprises machine. Curtis. 185 top speed last pass at a 435. And Tony Scarlotta is just pelting him with stuff off the barge. I guess Mike's going to get a little something back right here. And I wish we had these guys mic'd up down there at the barge right now. Best one of the weekend, a 433. That improves on the 435 from earlier. Goes 317 to the 660, went 316 on the earlier pass, but a much better top end run. Ends up with 207.4 for the mile per hour for Little White Lion Mike DeClark. 433 at 207, and that's a top speed of the weekend. All right, up next, had issues of his own on the last one after putting together a string of some good passes. The 629 boat. That's Austin Cole in Bad Business. Auburn, Washington, the Ultratona Papche. 600 Ford. 629 Racing, KP Automotive. Axis ADAS, M&M Racing Fuels. Special thanks to Kim Petrovich, Frank Nito, Marjorie Cole, and my amazing daughter, Abigail Cole. He crew chiefs and helps out with his daughter's junior dragster program. Abigail runs a junior dragster as well as a go-kart. And he'll purge the system up there at the rope. Get ready to go. There's Bad Business and Austin Cole, Unlimited Outlaw class. To the 660 at 391, 114.9 for Austin in Bad Business. It'll be Pooch, Shane Westerfield. Anaheim, California, Westerfield Motorsports, Maximum Oil, CP Carrillo, NGK Spark Plugs. Blacklist, Nicholas Childers in the left. Bakersfield, California, the 521, Brad Anderson Hondo. Chuck Hartsfield, Josco Construction, Jeremiah Allen, Hans Wernhardt. CP Carrillo, Nick Horton, Born Vintage, Rex and Tracy Childers, Lord and Allen Childers. Red light by .01 for Nick Childers. Shane Westerfield with a 002 reaction time. And the wind light, number 4, beats the number 1 qualifier. 5:61 elapsed time for Shane. 138.3. Nick goes 5:68, 141.9. Great drag boat race. Blown gas jets coming at you. Remember to stick around at the end of the day for our podium presentation. Watch your favorite drivers collect the hardware as we celebrate today's winners for the Spring Fling. White Privilege, Zach Rauscher in the right. Alpine, California, 570 Miller BBC Cheyenne. BLR, Mike Miller Racing Engine and Rawls Precision Machine. Pickle Nasty, Tony Hammonds in the left. Powder Tech 2, BLR Performance Marine, Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine. Mike Miller Racing Engines, On the Tap H2O Solutions, Evans Custom Concrete. Blown gas jets. Wind light and the record run light is flashing. White Privilege, Zach Rauscher won't have time. He might have time to do it this weekend. He just knocked off the current ET record. He ran a 5:44 and the record was a 5:46. And his mile an hour was 1:49. The record is 1:43. So with no time to get it done and back it up this weekend, and with going too fast with no capsule, but Zach Rauscher will keep that on the drive home for the bragging rights. Snakebite, Jay Brakefield in the right. Wilmington, California, 565. Chevy Cole. Robert Simons Racing Engines. Brad Simons at RRD. PW Racing and Fabrication. Westerfield Motorsports. CP Carrillo and Arias Pistons. Uncle Jess Cantina and the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. Flat Nasty Tony Rossi. 482 Chevy Canyon Marine out of Petaluma, California. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products. And thanks to the crew, Mom, Dad, and Cassidy. Pro Comp Flats. Win light, right lane for Jay Brakefield, snake bite. 643 under 640 at 124. Flat nasty, Tony Rossi goes 607 on a 600, 126. Double down, Cole Forrest, the Canyon Marine 565 Chevy, and one more toy, Steve Penberthy in the left. Super Eliminators. One more toy, Steve Penberthy. Boy, his Sunday's a lot different than his Saturday with that boat. 598 on a 597 dial. 125 with a 0-1 reaction time. Cole Forrest goes 1-3 on the tree, 696 on a 695. He did everything he could, but comes up short, 118 miles per hour in the losing effort. Flight Risk and Jesse Gregerson right. Drag this. Tyler Riggs in the left. Riggs has been putting on the wind lights. And the magic ends. Tyler leaves too early. Red light, 0.03 to the bad. Wasting 880 on an 875 at 89.7. Jesse Gregerson, Flight Risk, goes 637 on a 625. 129 the speed. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. Lap in, Jared Vance. Donnie LeBon owns the boat out of Livermore, California. Jared out of Tascadero. 521 Ford in the Placecraft. Crew Chief Drew Dominique on the cruise. Stephanie Lucetta, Stephanie Sandeffer, Tyler Austin, and Jared Phillips. Schuler Racing, Drew Fab, Sheffer Oil, Pump Live, WCRO Media, and Delson Products. Mod Eliminator. Jared Vance, the #1 qualifiers going to the final. Little sister. Double breakout, but a red light also for the right lane. Stephen McNeil in touch too much. Jared Vance gets the win. 797 on 800 at 106. 794 breakout in the right at 99 miles per hour. In the right lane. It'll be No Name and Mark Lane in the left. Fire Me Up, Sammy V, Sam Villavicencio in the right lane. The Ojai, California driver, 470 Chevy. Crew Chief Dave Filchowski, Ron Gross Racing, Joey Gross, and Wayne Metler. Stephanie Lane owns the boat, No Name. BBC 500 Rogers. Jim Lennox, Todd at A&T Marine. Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross at Gross Racing Engines. And Kevin Felkins helping out on the boat. And that was the final for ME, so Jared Vance gets it done. I thought there's one more left. This will be the final for Top Eliminator. No Name making a name for himself. Mark Lane just turns on wind lights. It's what he does, especially on a Sunday. 7:05 on a 700, 114.7. Sammy V goes 7:19 123 on a 700 dial in and the loss. Pro Comp Flat QE to the lanes now. Pro Comp Flat QE back to the lanes. If you see some trash next to your pits, we're already noticing that some people have already left and left some trash and stuff. Let's leave this lake looking better than when we showed up so we can continue to race out here at Lake Ming. Leave your campsites clean, your pit sides clean. It'll be Heart Attack and Sean Forrest in the right. Hollister, California, 565 Joey Gross Canyon. Forrest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, KL Engineering. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, John Coolin, Kevin Lynch, Justin, Joey Gross, and Grandpa. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi in the left. Petaluma, California, the 482 Chevy, Canyon Marine. Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, HUR Performance, Larson Racing Products. And thanks to the crew, Mom and Dad and Cassidy. Cassidy, I think I said your name like 20 times this weekend. That's a good thing, I guess, for your team. And they bring him to life. Quick Eliminator. Tony Rossi, Flat Nasty in the left. Sean Forrest, Heart Attack the right. Number one qualifier gets it done. Check it out. A .07 reaction time for Flat Nasty, and that was Flat Nasty. A 603 on a 600 dial. 128. It's always going to be tough to beat. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest goes .12 on the reaction time, a 620 on a 600 to 125. Cannonballs in the left. Bob Close, Pro Comp Flat, Mako 540 Donovan. Close Construction, Ken Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction. Ray's Truck and Equipment, Makins V Drive, Sherry Cannon, Ray Mike, Dan and Raymond. .616 for Bob Close and Cannonballs, 133.86. Pro Comp Flat competitor. Pair of the Pro Comp Flats next up. It'll be Kryptonite in the right, Sean Thurston. Fallon, Nevada, 454. Chevy, K1 by Kryptonite. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing Engines. Snake by Jay Brakefield in the left lane. Wilmington, California, the Chevy 565 Cole. Robert Simons Racing Engines, Brad Simons at RRD, PW Racing and Fabrication. Westerfield Motorsports, CP Carrillo and Arias Pistons, Uncle Jess Cantina. And the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. Win light right lane for Kryptonite. Sean Thurston, 643 on a 641. 121. Snakebite Jay Brakefield goes 764 on a 640. 81.06. Had the trouble. QE, one more toy in the left. Steve Penberthy out of Sparks, Nevada, the 540 Mike Miller Chevy Eliminator. L&H Concrete, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Westerfield Motorsports, and Big League Racing, the sponsors. With a capsule boat coming up next. Penberthy goes 603 on a 600 at 126. Pro Outlaw final. 471, Brad Anderson. Cornell. NJBA 2025 High Points runner-up, first season of Pro Outlaw from 5 years. And quick Eliminator. Civil Works Contracting, helping out on the racing operation. Civil Pave. RB Props and Bill Diaz. Dement Landscaping and Andy Dement. Want to thank my loving wife, Sherish, and my family for supporting me. And the crazy thing I love, drag boat racing. Big shout out to the main guy and crew chief, Crazy Tony Tucker, and the rest of the crew, Jacob, Dylan, Brian, Tate, and Dave. Special thanks to all the NJBA gang for all you do. Over there on the right, just getting towed up to the rope. That's unfinished business, the 199 boat, Ken McKillican. Mountain View Solutions sponsoring the boat, along with Stillwater Trucking and Lordco. Pro Outlaws to go at it here. Crazy Train left, unfinished business in the right. Pro Outlaws gonna bring them to life. Red light for Ken McKillican by .74. It wasn't even close. Wes Kahn gets it done. A 520, 172. A 520 with a 2 on a 5200. Boy, you guys are on your dial in. 172 for Crazy Train. Going off the rails. Rescue One scooting on over to the other side there. Left lane. Super E final. Angry Black and Paul Bauer. Look at these reactions. 0.01 for Paul Bauer. 0.04 for Jesse Gregerson. 631 on a 629 in the left lane for the winner. 125 the speed. Gregerson goes 629 on a 626, 127 and loses. Tony Rossi red lighted by .09. Penberthy had trouble after a .03 light. .09 to the bad. Tony Rossi on the red light. Ran a 6.07 on a 6.00 at 126. But Penberthy is not going to make it across, so the win light showing to Tony Rossi. All right, well, once again, it was a red light, so we're looking into it at scoring over there. So on the scoring monitor, Flat Nasty shown with a .09 red light, but then the win light after one more toy got about halfway down the track and went out the lane. So I believe they're going to look into everything and make the ruling on that. And as soon as we hear the official ruling, we'll let you guys know. As for right now, the winner is shown as Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi on the scoring monitor. It's unofficial on that one, I guess we can call it. Truck and trailer for boat 927. I believe you're on the way, but to the lagoon ramp, please. Truck and trailer 927 to the lagoon ramp. They've got Kryptonite and Sean Thurston up there in the right. Fallon, Nevada, the 454 Chevy K1 by Kryptonite. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing Engines. Cannonballs in the left, Bob Close. The Mako 540 Donovan. Close Construction, Ken Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction. Ray's Truck and Equipment, Makin's V-Drives. Special thanks to Sherry Cannon, Ray, Mike, Dan, and Raymond. Pro Comp Flat Final. Couple of finals to go. The final two races of the day, of the weekend. Here at the Spring Fling at Lake Ming. Join us after for the podium presentation. Kryptonite right, Sean Thurston, Cannonballs left, Bob Close, a pro comp flat final. Cannonballs, Bob Close on the win with a .04 reaction time in the left lane. A 6.16 with a 1 on a 6160 dial in. 134 miles an hour. Sean Thurston red lights, .18. 638 breaks out as well on a 641. Wow, Bob Close was on it today. And the final pair up at the rope. It'll be Hydrophobia on the right, Donnie LeBon, Drew Fab, Jim Peixoto Racing, WCRO Media Star Racer, Schaefer Oil and Delson, Flat Hammered in the left, Jeff Stewart, Craig Turner Construction, Blower Shop, Advanced Precision. Top Alcohol Flat Bottom. Red light, Flat Hammer, Jeff Stewart by .01. Hydrophobia, Donnie LeBon, they get the win light. A 5:47 at 156 miles per hour. 5:34 for Flat Hammered on a red light by .018. 166 miles per hour. Final race of the weekend. Give us about 20 minutes and join us up here at the podium presentation.